Well, hello, chat. How are you doing? Welcome back to Little History and to what's gonna be the finale of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Okay, volume's a tad loud there. Let's try that again. And, you know, the extremely hyped new music. Because of course we're doing that. Of course we're going to celebrate, you know, Saturday's stream with the special bonus arrangement. Hello. You just got back from your relatives? Ooh. Hope that was a good trip, Lonely Spaceborg. Anyway, it's been a couple of days. It hasn't felt like it, because on Sunday I was on Overly Sarcastic Productions After Dark stream. But it's been a couple of days. And we are now right up on the end of things. So, remember everyone, starting tomorrow, we're going to be entering summer vacation mode, which means things are going to be funky, because I am touring 6 countries in 6 weeks. And that means, my internet situations are going to be unreliable at best, and I won't have my whole setup. I'm not gonna have the two monitors, I'm not gonna... Well, I will have my microphone, actually. That's coming with me. But I'm not gonna have a bunch of my peripherals here. So, you know, it's gonna be a bit scuffed. We're just gonna call it a bit scuffed. The goal here is to try and stream at least once per week, to give you all updates, maybe play some games, maybe just do some chatting streams, we'll see, maybe get some friends on, we'll see if people are willing to hop on, join me, available, all that stuff. So, as always though, information will be posted as I have decided it on the Discord, so do make sure you are on that if you haven't to know what the summer is going to look like. Otherwise, it'll just be kind of a random surprise to everyone, including me. Because, yeah, I can't guarantee that I'm ever going to have enough internet to stream, much less stream big games. So we're just going to experiment, and if it turns out I do, then we're going to stream. And if we don't, then we're not going to. But I do want to have a big shout out to everyone, because this morning we hit 2,200 followers on Twitch. Hello, Blissful Celeste. Aw. I'm glad you've been lurking, and I'm glad you finally made the Twitch account and joined us live. So, welcome. And also, yes, Gory is really adorable. I agree. She's kinda creepy, but also kinda cute. I think we're gonna see her one more time here. But yes, 2,200 followers on Twitch, which is huge. The goal by the end of the year is to hit 2,500, but hey, we take those milestones as they come. So, thank you to each and every one of you. Whether you make it only once, or whether you've been a long-time viewer. I appreciate the support, and the big hype. Big hype halfway through the year, 2,200 followers. Let's see if we can push on to the next one now. And, Blissful Celeste, in celebration of making a Twitch account to join us in chat, Wolfie has gifted you a tier 1 sub! So enjoy access to all of the emotes that you now get. Enjoy the medieval... all the medieval spam with the best emotes on Twitch. Also, you know, somehow y'all are deciding to watch me instead of GDQ right now, so that's exciting. Just saying. I'm not entirely sure why y'all are choosing me instead of GDQ, because I certainly haven't been able to make any GDQ this time. I'm going to be watching so much GDQ while on airplanes though. Anyway, I think that's enough faffing around. We have a lot to get through. Oh, never mind. Faff around more. More Marginalia. And as the pitch once again for the Marginalia, As a follower, you get access to 5 emotes, and as a tier 1 subscriber, you get access to 14 additional ones. All emotes are actual art made by actual people from around the world, mostly the Middle Ages, but a few outliers: 19th century Ethiopia, Malaysia, Mesoamerica, all over the place. But it's the finest curated collection of meme art on Twitch, so you can spread the marginalia of medieval manuscripts in other people's chats as well. This has been your marginalia moment. Thank you all for the party. Now, that's enough having around, so let us get in. As always, if you do enjoy this, the VOD will be on Twitch for 2 weeks, and on YouTube eventually. I'm going to set everything to upload tonight, so that happens before I leave, and then they'll just come out over the coming days. So, if you are watching the VOD, we love you and appreciate you, but if you want to join us live, we will be streaming regularly over the summer, and then come back in August to regular streams of all sorts of historical games, and it is way more fun if you are participating in chat, and get to see all these lovely people that you can see in the text boxes over here, spamming emotes. If you really, really like this stream, you can also support us on Patreon, patreon.com/LudoHistory. As for as little as $2 a month, helps make everything I do possible, helps me get more guests on, lets me, start compensating guests, generally, lead on to bigger and better things, more games, better productions, more people on it, better time for everyone. Chat. VOD watchers, you have been called cute by Epic Sauce. Are you going to sit there and take that, or are you going to call him cute back live in chat? Anyway. With this absolute banger of a song, why don't we switch over to a less banger of a thing, and get into the game with the extreme tension of the last chapters of the Great Ace Attorney Resolve. As the the Almighty, hello. Oh yes, as Leander points out on Patreon, if you at the highest tier of support, $25 per month, I get to play your favorite historical game. And make a video about it. Eventually. But, I get to stream your favorite game, and that means you can inflict on me as much suffering as you want. VOD friends are cute in general. Anyway, let us go forth into the game. If you have not watched this yet, things were intense. Well, that's not right. Investigation Part 1 of the Old Bailey? That's not the right one. Let's get into the right chapter here, though. I believe here. Then it'll... Nope, I think we have overshot a smidge. So let us go back to the title. Apparently I forgot to save at the end of the last stream. I'm not sure how I did that. I'm not sure I forgot to do that, but yeah, because that is just straight up the wrong part of the thing. 625, 8... No, that must be the right one. That's peculiar. What did I do? Okay. Nope, we are right here. Great. Great. We have managed it. This is in fact the right spot. Because, last time, we got to play as Yuji Nakotaba, also known as in, real life, real world, John Watson, the legendary partner of the great detective, Sherlock Holmes. i.e. Sherlock Holmes. And we hunted down Seishiro Jigoku, who is trying to flee the country after he has been called to testify regarding the attempt on his life that occurred on board the SS Grouse. And the assassination attempt appears to have been led by actual Sherlock Holmes character Tobias Gregson and sword boyfriend Kazuma Asogi, who is the prosecutor for this case. Also, there was a nod to Arsène Lupin, the source name for Sherlock Holmes, and it was amazing. But this case is intense, so Tobias Gregson, actual Sherlock Holmes character, was found dead in a room, and it turns out he had, the day before his murder, been traveling to France in the company of Kazuma Asogi to, it seems, assassinate Seishiro Jigoku. Something went wrong, we're not sure what, how, or where, and the next day, Tobias Gregson's corpse was found curled up in a room on the other side of London. And it is here that we pick up. Kazuma Asogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. Also, Kazuma straight up said he was sent to assassinate the mark, and he was not removed from his role as a prosecutor in this trial. You are correct, because ethics. You know. Because this man is the epitome of ethical behavior. Right here. This guy. Right there. Look at him. Could a man with these sideburns lie to you? During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. You have a weird question? So CSI had the effect of affecting actual trials since juries desired more forensic evidence and made it harder on the prosecution. Did Sherlock Holmes have any noticeable effect on police work at the time? Yes. The most famous example of this is that in one Sherlock Holmes story, Sherlock Holmes is able to differentiate between human and animal blood. At the time, as this game has taken pains to note in several cases, forensic science methods could not distinguish between those two types of blood. And so there was actually a concerted effort among police to develop a way to actually do that test. And that's kind of a big deal. As far as whether there's a broader effect on judicial culture, I doubt it as much, because there isn't a lot of courtroom side, right? Sherlock Holmes stories do not deal with the courtroom. Once the mystery is solved, Sherlock Holmes bows out. But certainly on the investigative side, yes they did. And did they succeed? Yeah, absolutely. I believe it's in the first decade of the 1900s that they developed the technique to do that. Blues, you would know better than I do as to when exactly that happened, but I think it's like the 1900s that they developed that, so, 20 years, or right in the second wave of Sherlock Holmes stories, but quote-unquote 20 years after Sherlock Holmes was active in the fiction of Sherlock Holmes. But yes. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can be only one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. We are trolling. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku? You found him? I know, right? Ryunosuke's main character's trait is a steadfast refusal to give up, even when sometimes Susato has to bully him into not doing that. People have got to stop being surprised that Ace Attorney protagonists have a stubborn streak a kilometer wide. How in the name of God did you find them? Oh, sorry, but the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk, thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. I know, Skido, Sholmes strikes again, and we actually got to play as Sholmes, and he proved himself to, or we got to play as Mikotoba following Sholmes around, and Sholmes proved himself to be competent the entire time, more or less. There was no proposals of anti-gravity devices in this deduction. No games, no messing around, no trolling the deduction for the sake of trolling. Actual deductions. I know, it feels wrong, but here we are. Now, by the way, ZX No Blues is one of our friends and moderators. Overly Sarcastic Productions, while they do show up, sometimes go under OSP YouTube. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day, by the skin of our teeth. Kazuma, stop it. Stop death glaring me. Come on. Oh, jeez. Of course, we had almost made it to an actual breakpoint last week, and I had just forgotten. Well, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Onward we go! The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom, but outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh my lord. Iris, what have you done? We have returned, my dear fellows! Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe we had even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So, this Prosecutor Asogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now. Susato's your best friend, dude. She's been beside you this whole time. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But the bromance transcends time and space. Sword boyfriend's bromance transcends everything. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes, so what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Makotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't gone already. I put it upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Scholes, to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent though, Mr. Scholes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. I mean, mood. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone! Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I think the trial were won already. Why is the London police called Scotland Yard, you know? I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Let's find out. Ah, because it's the street. The chief police office is on a street named Scotland Yard. This makes sense. This makes perfect sense. So the Metropolitan Police Force was originally on Scotland Yard, or on a street called Great Scotland Yard, in the centre of London. And so they took on the name of the street, and in 1890 they moved across near Victoria Station, but they kept the name Scotland Yard for the OG place. Turns out that's not a very dramatic name. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Whatever not. Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment I believed it. But Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. No? Iris, do you mean... The little girl is Iris Wilson, Sherlock Holmes' roommate, and up until right now thought to be the daughter of Dr. John H. Wilson, who is definitely not Dr. John Watson. I have no idea what you mean, but importantly, she is also the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, published in Rance magazine, which is totally legally distinct from The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, published in Strand magazine. But, due to some confusion of handwriting, it turns out that the person who authored the case notes that The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes are derived from, and the person who authored an autopsy report signed by Dr. John H. Wilson, was in fact Susato Makotoba's father, Yuji Makotoba. Iris, so do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in on the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? And Sherlock Holmes just fucking died. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Makotoba are Iris's father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know I know, you can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The present is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic present? So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like, though only seconds. I mean, that food does look really good. I'll be honest, that food looks really, really good. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Oh my goodness, Sholmes! Sholmes? No. No. None of that. My lord, shoes not on the settee, on anywhere else. Aw, it still is just the dancing man. It's tragic. Well, where is everybody? Oh well. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Makoto's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Pheasant's not even that good, Sholmes. I've had it before. It's fine. It's gamey. Sorry, Hurley, but cook that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow, I find myself quite late for a spell of conversation. He's so dramatic. No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Boo! Can we get a bonk? Chat, may we get a bonk? In chat, for the pun. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? This? I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated, duplicate follows. Thank you, Magistrate, for the bonks. Kayasogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. If there was any doubt that Sholmes was a dad, that was the daddest of puns. Yeah, it was. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. Kayasogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find out the names until after we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, why did the sender of the telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have the message here I wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names, need by tomorrow, Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. That's right, chat. Hosonaga makes a grand appearance. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? The man's fatal plot disease has not gone to him yet. And in my name? I wonder what guys he opted for this time. And yes, shout out to Mr. Turtle being on the character art. We love to see it. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So, you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't actually answer the question of what the list of names signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that, but without a shred of evidence I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Burya. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Susato. And then I made sure that somebody was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant were to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. What? Do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Wasn't I somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see? Oh. Well, she did push him. Now, she did still panic and push Kazuma over, and like a chump, he passed out for a while. But yes, not really evaporating. the level of rating that we gave her was probably not deserved. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We should find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. Kyosuke, Aishin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared as part of the top-secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes, but at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be my hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. Yep. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Sherlock Holmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes? What a fabulous line! Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. Now, caramel, not toffee, caramel. They're only slightly different. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone on the list, someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased. What? Who? Shin, as was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Kyosuke and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, Sholmes and I have been exchanging correspondence for years. I've recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. No, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume? Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Jezile Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Grand Waterloo Hotel. Ah. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis I formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I believed all 4 of the names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asashin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the four, who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma? Ah! Did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was? The assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that? Let's assume that we have two parties each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange. So, to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, but the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh, yes. Such jurisdiction will be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So, the fact it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels? These motives were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth the assassins were complicit in one singular, devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguarded diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd been transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Alright everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Ellie? I mean, look at the time. Now, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I'd be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. Hey, you didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you can be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Found family. And violence. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Aww. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister. Oh, what is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow, as I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So when this is all over, can Cosmo be the old bro too? Oh, it's going to be so adorable. The whole family is the most adorable. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I'd been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden, but at the same time I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Is Cosmo evil now? Well, Cosmo's a prosecutor now. Those are related terms, they aren't totally overlapping. We'll see. We'll see how evil of a prosecutor Kazuma Asogi actually is. Also, they're all adorable. Sometimes a family can just be 3 Japanese people, a consulting detective and his assistant daughter. Exactly. He's just an assassin, no big deal. We've met totally chill assassins. Look. The killer family are solidly lawful evil. It's fine. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve? Yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the past 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma? Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume? Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barok van Zieks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Let's take a look at what pieces of evidence we've got. Hosonaga. A random bit of a machine. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on the top of the pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually... Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. What do you think, Mrs. Otto? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. A perfect fit! I knew it! Alright, perhaps you knew it. Alright, the brain cell! I'll make a note of this new information at once. Bunny Sholmes! Harlock Sholmes, we love you! What a cutie. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 PM. Gone for 20 minutes. And the Greatsword Karawa. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to have been involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police officer has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So, you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Kei Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you? What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kei Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Jezail Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson, one assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange, and the telegram from the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What?! The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's all this about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea was Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of an international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Good evening, Dildrum. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassination exchange and the events of the night of 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Osogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago. Now, hey, great. Great, that utterly absurd thing, you know, Strongheart? That thing you just said that is utterly absurd? Hey, guess what? Hey, guess what? One of the people involved just admitted to it being real. Hey, guess what? Not so absurd now, bastard. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder, it's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon. Osogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court of the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge this information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of the case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk, because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room in Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baroque van Zieks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. You hate Jigoku? Isn't it amazing how quickly they have managed to flip the switch on Jigoku? Like, they do such a good job on setting Jigoku up as serious, but also, you know, jovial. More like an ordinary judge would be. Right? Especially with case 1, having Seishiro in on Suzato's deception the entire time, and just full being on board, and then this hard pivot, it's so good. Lord Locked, exactly. This fucking case, I love it. Look, we are most of the way through. We split up cases 4 and 5 between three streams. This is the third one. And, guess what? It's fucking hype. This is on par, right? My favorite case in Ace Attorney is, of course, I think, as with most everyone, Bridge to Turnabout. Trials and Tribulations Case 5. This is number 2. This is my second favorite case in the franchise. God, imagine the trilogy judge being the mastermind of an assassin exchange. Oh god, it would be so funny. Oh god, that would be the funniest thing. Hail Hydrate. To think that such a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. He does take Bento as bribes. I forgot about Rise from the Ashes. where he just full-on takes a bento box as a bribe. Well, I seem to recall it was somebody on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Hey, Hobo Phoenix is the only good part about AA4. Hobo Phoenix is literally the only good part about Apollo Justice. No, that's also not true. There's a lot to commend Apollo Justice except for the quality of the overall plot. The overall plot is kind of bad. But you got Hobo Phoenix, and you get the amazing pixel art, right? The pixel art for Apollo Justice is incredible. And the soundtrack slaps. Yes, my lord, I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Look, AA4 has probably the best art up until this game. Up until this game, I think, style-wise, Apollo Justice is probably the best, like, visually, of all the AA games. Look, chat, we don't even have to try this time. Objection! We don't even have to try. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. Well, how far are we in exactly? We are in the second to final part of the final case. And we have played through everything up to this point. So, past cases are fair game to talk about. Anything about the resolution to this case, don't talk about. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the god wasn't there at all times. Also, says this is a historical stream, and I am a historian, and we have been talking about history through most of this. If you do have history-related questions, or something comes up here that you're like, hey wait, does this have historical reference? Please do throw that in chat, and we'll go back and we will look at that. And I make no promises to knowing the answer, but I make promises to having the power of the internet to help find the answer. The god wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 PM and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Objection! A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent fight rate, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless if you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it, because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st October? Sadly, we don't have the bullet hole. We don't have the bullet hole in the wall to present. But we do have... Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill, in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, are you, you young murderer? The judge is in it, isn't he?
Objection.
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means they acknowledge he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon-seo throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ippon-seo? A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful to not use too much force. The man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me. But he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense, as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, almost certainly Jigoku is lying about not knowing Gregson. But that's fine. That's not an actually actionable contradiction. Like, we know the man is lying through his teeth. You take one look at that man's face, and how pissed off he looks, and you know he's lying. But that's not exactly the same thing as we have an actionable thing to do. Because the so-called god posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector. Which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had this identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. We have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before his occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. certainly all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right, none whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously you're talking about Inspector Grayson? Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose? That certainly was the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Ipensoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all the commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course, he burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Iponsei throw.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All that watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin, because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on a steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. They would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, we would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed that idea then. But perhaps not. Miss Suzato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny about the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body at sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. Well, I'm just gonna press this one first. There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? No. So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless of course they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Herbay's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room at Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Well...
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from it being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passenger checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to get through any of that, did you? Oh, I knew you were jealous. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you will have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am. Yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in that hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Order! Order! Order in court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside that trunk, and verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense! Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but the one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Also, why and how could a Japanese national become a British prosecutor in this time period? So as to the why plot, there is really no way in a trial of this status that they're going to have two students, both Japanese, being the prosecution and defense. Like, realistically, that's not how this works. Actually, a trial of this status may well simply be routed through the House of Lords, which is the chief judicial office in the United Kingdom at this time. And so, yeah, no, you don't have students do that. But as to the possibility of there being exchange students, that's absolutely a thing in this time period. Especially as Japan is trying to position itself as an imperial power, they're really big on trying to export culture, but also export people in order to try and better learn Western culture and bring that back to Japan to modernize and prove themselves as an imperial power. So the overall idea of there being an exchange student for the purpose of studying law is totally plausible within the historical time period of the Meiji Restoration. And even into the Taisho period, this totally happens. As far as the circumstances of this particular case, though, no way. No way at all. There are so many conflicts of interest involved that none of this should be allowed to fly, and we should just route this straight to the House of Lords, presided over by a royal official. Right, a deputy of Queen Victoria, or her successor, Edward? Isn't it Edward or a George that's after her? It's gotta be an Edward, right? I don't remember. Look, 19th century is centuries after my thing. My time period of specialization. Regardless. Thank you. It isn't Edward. Thank you. Yep, Edwardian. I knew that. I totally knew that. It's Edward the 7th? No. Not that far. 3rd? I don't know. Again, British monarchy. I make a point of avoiding political history whenever possible. And this is no exception. But also it was like Edward and then George and then another Edward and then another George in the 20th century. So it's, I don't know. And then Elizabeth, 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 and then still Elizabeth. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Makoto told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shikoku? Edward the 7th. Hey, I was right on the first go. I was correct on the first go. Chat, I didn't even have to look it up. Let's go. Oh, duh, because Edward the Confessor is Edward the First, isn't he? For no discernible reason. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Shikoku, please, stop diverting attention away from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard, as the accused, Barak Vaziks, shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Hey chat, do you know what evidence it might be? There's not a lot here, because that certainly doesn't do it. That 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 doesn't do it. This is, I know which one it is. I'm just baiting chat. But yes, Ginger Draker, it is a weird one. That one... They're asking what proves that Gregson did not die instantly. Time of death indeterminate. Victim was shot, resulting in the autopsy straight up says that. This one's big brain. This one's actually tricky. I had to look this one up. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed? Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Shigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answers should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival at Fresno Street before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No! You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Shigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ah! Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Shigoku, there's blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. This is not Britain's highest court. The Old Bailey is the third highest court. There is one further court of appeals and then the House of Lords. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order? Order in the court. Well, Mr. Shigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You? Dear God, outrageous! So it was you. You admit to Inspector Grayson's No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? Why isn't every gavel a unicorn, ZX the Almighty? Look, Male Strongheart is such a chad that he brings his metal unicorn gavel cane into the courtroom just to ruin everyone's day. I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. In Fresno Street. He disposed of the body in Fresno Street, where we found the body. So he clearly disposed of it, not super well. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin this crime on me, did you? And Wolfie, with another tier 1 gifted sub to ZX the Almighty. Enjoy your emotes. Oh, that's actually helpful, Suzuki. The unicorn is a symbol of the Edwardian period, and we are right in that borderland, so a symbol of, I guess, royally appointed status at the very least, if not the entire if not the period at large. That's helpful. I like that, and given that Male Strongheart is the second highest legal authority, well, he claims that that the Attorney General is still above him, but the Attorney General has no power, so he's effectively the highest non-royal legal authority there. Man, the unicorn is many things to many people, right? As it turns out, when the symbol has been around since the 1st century, it accumulates quite a few different meanings. And one of them is Scottish, as a symbol, I think, of Scottish independence, if I remember correctly. But also has a lot of other meanings in a lot of other heraldic contexts. Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe it. Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit this crime. Oh yeah, no. This is the most plausible that late-game Ace Attorney courtroom drama gets. Right, this is the most grounded and serious that we can possibly be. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? I believe this. The itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So, that tells us that the crime must have been taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ah. No, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. GAA! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No! There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped his body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku? It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when this all began. Hey, guess what? We're done here. We're done here. Barok and Zeeks did not kill Tobias Gregson. We're done here. No way I'm not going to do that scream. I don't need to peek the mic that bad. Was diplomatic immunity not a thing yet? ZX? It's over. My life is over. So, diplomatic immunity was recently ended. The treaty that in the game's fiction, Seishiro Jigoku, helped create the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation, ended consular jurisdiction, which is to say a form of diplomatic immunity of the late 19th century, between Japan and Britain. It primarily was ended British consular jurisdiction in Japan, but normally it went the other way too. So, yeah. He kinda dug his own grave there. Because, yeah, he doesn't get diplomatic immunity. Because that was ended by his treaty. Which is very funny. And just excellent foreshadowing. Because they set that up in case 1 of the first game. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. So, right, they make a big hullabaloo about Jezile Brett getting consular jurisdiction despite that not being a thing anymore, suggesting high-level meddling. And so, right, the idea here is, of course, high-level meddling can get you out of it here. That didn't quite work. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago, though it was hardly a request. It was a demand. And for that you decided to recruit Mr. Ryunosuke. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangement for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that! The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself. Ah. So that means the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had a chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. Hello, Strawberry J. You just came in at the extremely tense moment wherein the judge from the tutorial case of the game just confessed to the murder of Tobias Gregson. A lot of things have happened. We also now know that there is an assassination contract between the Japanese judge Seishiro Jigoku and an unknown British authority asking for the assassination of John Wilson and Tobias Gregson using respective assassins Asashin, i.e. Jezail Brett, and Kazuma Asogi, sword boyfriend and the prosecutor of this case. Well, Ryunosuke has a big family and Judge Hell is revealed to, also found family adorable nonsense. Also, yes, as people are noting, by the way, in chat, Seishiro Jigoku's name, well, Jigoku specifically, translates to hell. So this was maybe not so subtle. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided the man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel, then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then, so I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigerator room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Oh yeah, by the way, Judge Goku's fucking dead. Just by the way, he will be executed by hanging. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again? What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. Am finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Wait! No! This isn't... Strongheart! Strongheart. You moron. Of course the game isn't over, or the case isn't over. But Strongheart made a notable error here, in that he has forgotten that who is on trial here, and just accidentally convicted Barok Van Zix, according to this bonker scale of justice that is this whole thing. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? Just a little troubled. By his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barok Van Zix. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barok Van Zix has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, I appear you have information the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into the sick, merciless assassination exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassination exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barok Van Zix, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Okay, look, this is good writing, but you do love to hate him. Order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery council, Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. See, Nameless Punk. It's not well, I agree that we do need the extra information about who actually set it up. The blind accusation of Bardock Van Zeeks here is entirely Kazuma Sogi being too blinded by the conviction that his father is innocent and that Bardock Van Zeeks committed the crime of effectively judicially murdering Kazuma's father to let go of the idea that Bardock is the Reaper. And he is just wrong. He is just wrong, and we do love to hate it, because while it makes sense within a personality so intense here, he's being absolutely blinded by it. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Let's go again. Pray turn a blind eye to this courtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building this case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation being brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever may arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. But that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So, you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
Hold it!
So, you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that this court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one-by-one defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one-by-one defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? Can't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Hold it!
You say 4 years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom, 10 years ago. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even? It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as Grouse, and the appointment at 5 PM on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, that by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips. And such like. Yeah! Let's go with Finnecoon! Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yumei University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassination across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't sit quite right with me. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old, from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? The autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed procure evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Osogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain using the two killers recruited for the assassination exchange. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuha, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see the evidence that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the Channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. ZX the Almighty, he has an entire case of them. He polishes them himself after importing them from the finest artisanal crystal makers in Italy and has them brought into the courtroom by bailiffs, specifically so that whenever we do something stupid, he can smash them to dust. They are in his office, along with the bottles, and he has told us as much himself. Unclear, probably Venetian, he just says the finest artisans. So, whether it's Venetian glass or crystal from somewhere else, not exactly clear. What's truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my client's illustrious sword Karaba before the inspector's eyes. he very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're not a Sogi's young lad, are you? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? For the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. You know, notable defense. I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. Suzuki, more importantly, taking account all of his money as the only heir of the Van Zieks family, which is, in the fiction of the game, one of the highest members of the aristocracy. This man is old money. And there is a lot of it. And also has a good salary as a prosecutor, apparently, because Ace Attorney. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Ziek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert that course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zieks. In other words, the Fed did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jugoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So, it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zieks. Hey chat, have you noticed the other option? Kazuma Sogi. What? What you just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. Not the original prosecutor, though. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord Van Zieks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! Just had a feeling this name was going to come up. Hey chat, it's time! The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks? 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I knew I was up to something when I saw that Gadsbar looking motherfucker. Yup, that's about right. He does have all the aesthetics of an Ace Attorney villain, doesn't he? I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you used to decide and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago, and that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. We are seriously accusing the judge of the trial we're in. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go in British judicial history. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusation by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusation? Don't be upset. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim that there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy? That's utterly untrue. But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you're thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand? You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah! Do we have a Fae in the courtroom? Order! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Kazuma? He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? Or there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy? He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Syed won't say anything against Strongheart, but there's still one ray of hope. Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma? Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is Eugene Makotoba. Heaven help us. Another Japanese? An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Makotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Makotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Makotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Makotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Makotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So, present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Ryunosuke, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, the court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Grigson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Ryunosuke, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Ryunosuke. Again, I'm not going to do that scream for the sake of my mic is already peaking enough as it is. Ah. That will be all. I hereby... Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mail Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may, we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along with the prevarications of your superiors? Order! Order in court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal proceedings. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence. He's right, the judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? Or since dark things are coming behind the scenes, dark indeed, is there a single person here present who can honestly say they don't feel the same? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right, we need to clear this up before that. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find you'll be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Makotaba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Makotaba is here in the courthouse? This is beyond the point where I'll go to the House of Lords. You are correct. Honestly, like, I feel like this would not... This is getting awfully close to the point at which you literally have royal authority step in. Right, instead of having just a noble, you have a member of the royal family take charge. Because this is a point where the royal family still has, you know, power. And, you know, this is a level of bigness that is kind of an issue. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. Wasn't asking just for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you have no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards, and a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Chat, are you ready? The stakes have never been higher. Gory! Gory, what are you doing here? Gory, please. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Ryuji Makotaba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yubei University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Makotaba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gory, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. Aren't about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. Whilst I was in the antechamber too. Also, who let her bring a butcher's knife and a scalpel into the courtroom? But man, the idea of it is making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Makotaba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you are a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Zinner's. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Hey, don't be racist. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe? Yes. I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Oh, Mama, as secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeke's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So, Lord Strongguard had to entice the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Makotaba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing I could possibly identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No. Do you freely acknowledge it? I swear he did. Freely. With the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeke's death, and with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. The professor does use an attack dog. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeke, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness, but I was to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge still has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established fact, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. So, there's a couple of things here that are obviously weird, right?
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe? The throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say... You think Lord Van Zeeks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? That has no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried on at the time. But Genshin Osogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to have taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? And what does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly around with a hole as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Isogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. Remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. However, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitate there, Professor Makotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory? The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court can't deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They also look like claws protecting that jewel. Oh, because she's a coroner, ZX. She's a coroner who works with dead people and prefers dead people to living people by a lot. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky milky bun about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Are there any other things to do other than confirming, yup, that's sharp?
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Makotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Isogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? The evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure the evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. A compliment and a nitpick. So the nitpick is fairly obvious here. This is the point at which, even though they do acknowledge and explain this in a little while, there is no reason at this point why the court is continuing in this way. This should have been called to a halt by, literally everyone involved, and escalated to royal authority to have this dealt with. Like, at this time, that would absolutely be proper practice. This ain't it. So, we've got some issues. And then for the compliment, though, is of course the fact that really this case is holding together quite well. I mean, yes, there is some insanity happening around the entire background, but it's it's derived from the Hound of the Baskervilles, right? The premise of the case is derived from the Hound of the Baskervilles, so we're already existing in a literary milieu where things that are a bit weird can happen. And from that starting point, the thing is actually building itself together quite well, right? The whole case holds itself together in really plausible ways that are really making good puzzles out of it. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. But why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't it rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Makotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those razor-sharp metal claws that it has, surely you expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus? Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Makotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailants. Go ahead, write it down. So, I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membrane of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I will one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all his secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Her outfit fucking rules. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. Yeah, but she's adorable while doing it, CX the Almighty. So we take, Steampunk Plague Doctor Mariah Gorey, and we accept that she's actually kinda cute. And also surprisingly based. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that used to wear the ring. Ah, are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I started to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. Sorry, give me just a moment. You set the whole thing up so you can... Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent that I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing, Spectre. What a grandiose expression in your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results, so much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that will be born out of it. Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Ugh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Benseeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at this hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Well, no. I don't think that's... But if that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongclaw bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining the silence. Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, those results were an invention, alright, there's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to their autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion for 10 years. Me? Kazuma-san must create one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo, but he only showed there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. Or a reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Ryunosuke's silence in court? It's the Ryunosuke papers, right? That's the only thing we have from that time. There's the ring.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Nope. Sag. Knew the evidence using him was fabricated. Why did he say nothing? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. He was saying nothing in exchange for something. Yeah. Where is it? These soggy papers, aren't it? Unless there's something I'm missing in here. No. No, that's... all this is Tobias Gregson stuff. All this is Tobias Gregson stuff. So none of this is helpful. Unless there's anything else from the dismissal notice, perhaps? Yeah.
Take that!
If it's true that Genshin Asogi... Pancake the Polite! Hello. Welcome. We are in the final stages of this game, which means if you've not been here before, things are going to be wild for the end of this. But we are also historians, and so this is a historical game. It's set in 1899? So, if you do have any questions about the Victorian or Meiji periods, especially as they pertain to this case, we're mostly just in plot. We're mostly just in plot land. But if you have questions, do let us know. Otherwise, hang out, have a good time. We'll chat some history possibly through here. And just rock out. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read the indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaboration jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order, first fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Kaiden? And the poor chief warder of the prison? I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Shones did that? Are you telling me that? Well, men are, unless I'm very much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. I have to do more Scottish accents, chat. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at the outset. You promised that would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest, once and for all. Will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye, barricaded. Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty tidbits to your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called Professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the Professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed and escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Kaiden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Ryunosuke out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. We're just going to be murdering more witnesses. Chat, the terrible thing about an Ace Attorney game in this setting is that all of the witnesses that we have been, exposing the secrets of, get sent to the gallows. They get hanged for their crimes. And as much as, their guilt or get punished, justice prevails, I don't feel good about that. I really, really don't feel good about that. Guys, hold on there, laddie. All we did was... Witness? Governor Kaiden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly you were both involved in some way, so you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Yeah, KJ. His name is Daily Vigil, and his wife's name is Evening Vigil. It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I signed the convict to the chief warder Vigil here, put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Sogi right up until the night of his execution, when I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't claim that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the Professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. I suspected there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely! I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've known the first idea, laddie. My part of the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But wouldn't I be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd be given similar orders? So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Oh, Dr. Saiba, she's now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I could still hardly believe I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Vishal, I can't apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. The trial is so weird at this stage. There's basically no defense between the defense and the prosecution. As the fact is pretty much cleared and they're teaming up to take on the judge. Correct. Absolutely correct. This is an Ace Attorney classic. The defense and the prosecution are working together against some third party. I mean, that is the Mitsuhodo special right there. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Didn't I care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office?
Hold it!
I mean, yes. I mean, Felix Wright and Edgeworth. Ryotaro Naruhodo. Like, I don't like that it's the first part of the names. Right? I don't like it's the first part of the names, the first part of one and the second part of a second one. Right? I mean, yes, Narumitsu for Naruhodo and Mitsurugi. But also, right, it annoys me. It annoys me as a ship name. That's the first halves. But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Ah, well, be that as it may, I do not care nothing about that. The way you stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do. Did I presume you also know this? Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what's it to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Isugi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do again to drop out of the jail and nothing more. Can't tell you about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir, what can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be need at all for the chicaneries of an escape? Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. Plus nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Do you believe there is some kind of negotiation between the jailbreak, between Asogi and the body at the top? It does not quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Cats! Go on then. I don't even need to press this.
Objection.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Governor Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Avarice, the fellow could have possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you wee rat? Then I'll tell you to keep that a secret. You can't touch me now. Gah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find out at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper. The fellow's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? We're in his cell. We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely-wally galoot? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, didn't I, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that this last will and testament stored at Barclay prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This is absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was a fake, where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Clear that Barclay pressure higher something. What did you say? We should hear more about the grief. I was just my god. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yeah. Yes, sir, my lord. Yup, they both have a vertical stripe theme for prison bars. Good catch. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something without will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when Directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of his robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you no satisfied with me calling me a liar there once, eh, you wee Raffinger? Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again, or are you too scared? Little and large. What's a double act? We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his pistol effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I confirmed that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Ah, and you kinda didn't know the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yeah, there's no mistaking this my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Uh-huh.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. I like the man, but yeah, he did tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. So, when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Oh, well. That makes it a stew point. Well, Governor? A prison governor can never be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at that time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery. Well, the thing is about that will. Uh-huh. Sorry for... well, it's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. It was clearly considered a very important document, but it proved impossible to find. That's right. And before I knew it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. The article based on Mr. Drebel's experience in Locate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Ryunosuke to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. Afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. Couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecution's office. What name was on it? Didn't care before, and I didn't care now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asuki's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after.
Hold it!
And Mr. Asuki's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during incarceration, I understand. That's alright, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, a kimono, his sword. His sword? Karama, the famous sword of the Asuki clan, bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget about being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The wardens carry firearms at all times and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. Couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword but no writing materials? Aye, he wrote that will before he came to say what the Barclays here. Dr. Makotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecution's office. Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say.
Excuse me.
You feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil, sir? It was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less slaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not. I'm not able to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet.
Objection!
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Evidence again, you have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something that has bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but it hazard to guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. and no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir? When Neil spotted Mr. Asogi with that document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Aw, 6 keys unlocked? Well, thank you for the tiny raid. Welcome, my friends. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. We are in some serious high-stakes stuff, of that we are digging up the dredges of 10 years ago, in order to convict the judge of doing a crime. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi says. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the conflict with a will. But it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before his conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene. And yet, we can be sure he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secret. Ah! No. It couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented in the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue this line of reasoning to its conclusion. With no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in the pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a third-party report, an accusation of a second party, or a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity. Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The Great Van Zeeks family. Lower characterization, paragraph dresser, capital, but actually mass murderer, perpetrator of atrocities of radical nature. If the general public ever found out, long under this country would be finished. My brother. This is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo, Lord Baroque Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order. Order in court. Lord Van Zeeks. I mean, Strawberry J. I would definitely... My personal distinction would definitely be that a mass murderer would do it all at the same time. Right? A mass killing event. Whereas a serial killer would do it over time, but really they're interchangeable. Like, in the context of this game, they're clearly being used interchangeably. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. Hey look! Hey, this is a mythology reference, chat. Balmung is a reference to the Middle High German poem The Nibelungenlied, in which it is the sword of Siegfried. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Not a bad name for a hunting hound. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right, though sadly, some years ago it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? Yep, Balmung is also a sword in Castlevania, you are correct. But that is itself drawing on the reference to the blade in the Nibelungenlied. Also, in Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War, Balmung is another sword in that. You know, so the Japanese reference of Norse and Germanic mythology continues. It's not surprising. There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. Because we can't tell the difference, chat. Impossible. You rebels are making all to exaggerate that. So, in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. At the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then, tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black rates of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. Hey look, are we engaging with the consequences of imperialism and industrialization? Almost. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Isogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous, savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Isogi's plea. As a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings, by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Isogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Also imperialism. Even if it meant employing an unforgivable ruse. But it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella, but we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. So, that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? So this is a historical thing that I super love. I super duper love this bit, because this is the closest we come to acknowledging British imperialist hegemony. And outright, the entire world is still down to Britain and Japan for the purposes of this game. Basically. But there's no doubt, even though Japan is trying to position itself as an equal partner and make individual treaties that put them on equal footing, there is no doubt that Britain is the powerhouse here and is abusing that power in a very colonialist way to set up de facto jurisdiction in places they don't have the right. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan, and your son, again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it had escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in light of all of this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrock Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen! I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death, no. You were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt can never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the Professor and my subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say, in my defense, that it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Ooh! Roger the core anyway. We're going to keep London safe. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. I wonder if it'll let me do the thing yet. It will not let me do the thing yet. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I'd like to entreat all those present, beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is of course for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can this trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you are a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At the time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. Coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes, but it was only once, no more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support the idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Osogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The Woebegard ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to contend Genshin Osogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all he does ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. He merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so why on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Oh god, I genuinely don't remember what this is. God. It's Lord Strongheart, actually. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words. Find the problem. There's a third piece of evidence. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Amongst the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has the right to pursue an examination. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal.
Take that!
Really? Okay. I know this is where it's going for. Girl. Lord Van Zeek sent Lord did prevent him to... Uh-huh. Oh! Oh! Yep, I know what it is. It's still a Strongheart. It's still a Strongheart, but it's, I'm one step ahead of the game. I know what it is. I jumped one step farther ahead. It's the Asogi papers,
Take that!
which clearly have 2 pages. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. It's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kaden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black, wet-on-like scrolls to this day. And quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I meant correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. I wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So to say the 3rd page ought not to be sent. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said. To hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. But my father's message will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It will be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defendant calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well, then. Governor Kaden, you will read the 3rd page of the document for all present here. Only, I should point out, my lord, that can I actually read Western language? This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Bakotaba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I translate Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. Haiku po? Twist thy head? What is Karma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence early in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Mighty Karama. Twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, but, Mr. Naruhodo, if I make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head? Oh. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira? So, Mr. Asogi's words really mean towards the butt of the hilt? You don't think? Ah, look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Fellow Alchemist, thank you for the 189 corgis. We have just found the last piece of evidence we need for this trial. I penned this my last will and testament, the foremost before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Miss Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zieks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So, for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karama and nobody know? The last will and testament of Lord Van Zieks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. I can't. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be somewhat in a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. I've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we can never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there's nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Makoto, will you not quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? The thing that would mess with the balance more is hollowing out the hilt, because that's a lot of weight that has to be removed. But if there was already a hollow space designed in, we've got some issues. Also, they were literally criminals due to Strongheart's manipulation, but they were still criminals. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the records. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over. But can I? Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from that time. It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final, decisive pieces of evidence that reveal the whole truth about this trodden tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would seem that it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present what you think you have that can solve this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure, but in case it escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was, only... I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Impossible, that can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karama? The ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword for all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting, there can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Yep, Twisted Karma. Yeah, the name is really clever. And they already told us that that was what that was. Right? Karma, right? We were told that one of Genshin Asogi's disciples took the name of the sword as his own and then moved to Germany. Karma, in German, is in fact Kama. As in the von Karma family. So they lampshaded this pun from the beginning. Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake. No. Oh no. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final minutes before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 PM and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has become to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interest, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. The point is not that it's 4 murders, it's who was murdered. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hounds I commanded. I realized I lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Isogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So, now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed this was the court that just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So use your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done to the furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Isogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Isogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs was to be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Isogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves, a man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but on that grave, on that particular night... Blast! People found the convict wasn't really executed. The scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what are we to do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Isogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised to make a return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us will be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jigoku shot Isogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Isogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Isogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Isogi in the end, you see? He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier. He said the assassination exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order remain supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Flint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death. Was behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
You've done nothing! It's Lord Van Zieks who worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Osogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little. When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. No way, I'm not voice acting the scream. Hey, wait. What is this? Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. What? A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions. That beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means, I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. Blackmail? No. Blackmail is a crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. That Damon Von Gant throwback clapping. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our grand capital, and deep down I believe you also know. But to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. What is this Kingdom Hearts level bullshit? So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. The evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutors would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would break down. we'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think of what we've accomplished since then: a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws, and if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Brixton's life. That is all that was expected this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the midst of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? The things Lord Strong has done are quite unforgivable. On the other hand, isn't there a duty to maintain law and order in the capital? Can't deny the threat of the Reaper, blah 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 blah. My firemen are foul will still take to Lord Strongheart. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your resounding response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wish of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path open to me. Don't worry, chat. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But, Miss Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there's ever time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now.
Take that!
Oh my! Yes! Mr. Strong's asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Strong had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the head out of the ears then, and heave. Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes! I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. I love it every time. I love it every time. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see here before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Oh, well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite, sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company amused? I said I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Wolfie with 10 tier 1 gifted subs to celebrate. Oh boy. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? No, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Soto? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well, Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What? What on earth is this about? Buckingham Palace is the Majesty of the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order in court, I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her. Everything. From start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Sherlock Holmes remote cinematograph. You meddling. Mood. I cannot stop laughing because it's a very funny nightmare, but this is some kind of nightmare. But just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean? Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there'll be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You. I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahead. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he'll be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice for this country needn't be a minister from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned. Court is adjourned. Also, we're burning the old belly to the ground. Let's go. Maybe we shouldn't have that here. Oh well, he did. Look, I was, like, sure the first time that I was just gonna, like, straight up impale him and we'd have our first on-screen death. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Hisogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Hisogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. Despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. Never even crossed my mind that was concealed in the sword's hilt. I mean, I'm not too sad about Strongheart getting hanged for this one. I'll be honest. He's like one of the few characters I don't feel bad about it happening for. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barrock, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Clint. Barrock. I mean, she does sound a lot like Baron, doesn't it? Male Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I need to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Side chance. You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant of this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our lands these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations. That British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change. This might just be the man to do it. What? But at the same time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks, When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Suzato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Schultz. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively, even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. I must excuse myself now. But before we go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting British justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that the end of this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barok Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barok Van Zieks, yay! We're still going to set off fireworks because we didn't burn the place down enough. Yay! Yay! Whoa! Burn the place down! Nothing's left redeemable. That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh boy. We've got a couple of things left to do, sadly. Right, we are still not quite done yet. We have about half an hour of conclusions. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. No, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you on my side through it all, Mr. Zato. Yeah, good art to comment. You know what I think about? Cosmo lost his hair ribbon and sword in the process of trying to find the truth about his dad. The two things tying him to his dad's design. Which is great. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better. Miss Susato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have resumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrate today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I suppose the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in truth. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight against those who dwell in darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words! Why should that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here? Kazuma. Miss Susato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps... I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Uh-huh. 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 Thank you, Clint. We just heard about it. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You shall find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be... you never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there once with Seishiro, and no, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking you, and only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. It's that very night I got a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere it was. The Baskerville Manor. In Devon. An old hunting hound lay asleep on the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But when I saw the emblem on the side of it, that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? Well, I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that his final hour, where Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man is here as someone I can trust. I went my grounds to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take it with me. How awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Shons, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Shons, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. No? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! Well, that's right, Ayame. Or, in English, Iris. Iris? I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pished me all the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Shons, is that you? Oh! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let me be a lesson to you. Mr. Shons, we were never to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It became apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures. Ryuno, Susie! No, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Majesty Queen Vicky says she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey flustered by a 10-year-old girl again. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word. I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris. Thank you all for your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Oh! One final fish goodbye, was it? Yeah! Iris Wilson is in fact the niece of Baroque Van Zieks. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. More Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zieks. Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh, no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So, as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely? Well, certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asagyu. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must! Yeah, we're almost there, chat. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm home. About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colourful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? It's got to go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. When you got fire, it's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right, I remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Makotoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with a tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. What you can't have to guess, what do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? What do you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. I say, Makotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold. But still. I did not feel privileged to see it. I love the... Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Makotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. Another moment too soon. Feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I will say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are! Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Don't fill me boots! I love all of them. What are you talking? I love all of them. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing my compass complet and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, how would I try? That Reaper ain't gonna never accept a Diverton dick, is it? Is he? Well, people can't change, you know? Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive, by taking on the great responsibility of finding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's got to be me, but no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, yes he was. Oh yeah, I made you a promise and all, did I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down the old man? Alright then, it's sad, I'll do it. I'll find your dad and bring it back kicking and screaming. Yeah. Not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think Gina might be best too. I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I don't know where I come from. That might tell me something about myself. But I've caused a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Lily, Runo, Professor Mickey... Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you ought to apologize no one. Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it, because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Ellie? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, Daddy. think, Mikotova. Yes, Jones? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you, no? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together, and during that time I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all, and I should never have experienced it were it not for you. You old softy, Shoals. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food will go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week earlier? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Aww, I love them. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, and even really for the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective. And my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Naruhodo. No, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Suzato's room. Yes, Suzato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. No? With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zieks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. As what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zieks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I'm going to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Suzato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Sosuke-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. Alright, Suzuki, thank you for coming. I don't know when next stream will be, but I hope I will see you whenever it is. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decide to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you have made the connection to the Van Zieks. And to make matters worse, Suzato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Bye. Yes, the Haunt of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. And with those two clues, I feared you and Suzato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. See, Mikotaba knows that Suzato has the brain cell, and Ryunosuke on his own is harmless. Only native faulting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Suzato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hunt of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sean said it to me. That was before Suzato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done with it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Suzato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sean that I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned that I discovered that young Iris had pieced so much of it from my paltry notes. Shows that I discussed the matter and decided we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Shoals for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? I was right, because Shoals had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. No? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. Let me see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Shomps all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized. No one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, right? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back to with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think. I know the words from the beginning. So you've made up your mind? Then return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes. I'm sorry, I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh, no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san? Yes? I suppose it means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly from having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try and get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Aww. Aww. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Ryuno? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while. I was just gonna say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. Uh-oh.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Sorry? That sorry is just perfect.
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Just one bro asking another bro to take care of his
It was
sword.
only
Nothing,
for the
nothing,
briefest of
no
moments.
homosexual readings
The last time I
possible
came
here, we
face to
promise.
face with that
Right?
inspector.
So,
But it was
definitely not
unmistakable.
queerbaiting.
I wanted to kill him.
Sorry, boyfriend is back.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care.
Kazuma, might I also
If you'll
recommend
take it.
therapy?
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Like, I hate to break it to you, but being a prosecutor,
Until we meet again then. You have your
go
path
get
to
therapy
follow,
instead.
and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
They're so cute.
But aren't you?
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
No.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Just two bros showing each other their swords. Yep, totally straight.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
And us to the end of the game.
Peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
Don't worry, KJ. We are at the end of the
We have
stream.
much agenda
So have a good
to
night.
discuss, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
objection!
Until we meet again, Runo.
this has been the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Resolve. As they are unbelievably cute. We will not be watching our way through the credits, though there are some bonus scenes lurking in and around through there, because, well, I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day. But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, I want the promised closed-court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. So, there was the most interesting one, because quality throwbacks. But, I hope you all enjoyed. This was a lot. ZX, I mean, you came in with no context here before today. I hope you enjoyed it anyway. This is such a good history game. Right? I mean, I will be making a more coherent video about this eventually, logging down what year is it, or more accurately, right, why do they not care about what year it is? Right? They don't try and lock it down to a specific year. They deliberately do the opposite, and talk about, you know, why they might be doing that. So, yeah, that will be coming out, or I will make that video in my spare time, which is non-existent, so expect in like 6 months, let's be honest. But this has been a phenomenal stream, an incredibly fun game to play through, and I am so glad that this was how we got to wrap up our regular streams for, you know, the first, really, what, year and a half, 2 years? 2 years of continuous streaming of this channel. Over the summer, things are going to look a bit weird. Things are going to look quite a bit weird. Over the next 6 weeks when I am traveling, but I will do my best to inform everyone at as the best I can. But, in the meantime, still big thanks to all of our patrons listed here who make this possible. If you want to join them, head over to patreon.com/LudoHistory. It's incredibly appreciated, especially as I'm traveling. That support goes a long way. But until next time, whatever that may be, I hope you all have a lovely rest of your night, and we shall call it here. So, farewell, and have a good week, weekend, and everything in between. Right? Ciao.